Quizás pasa esto, que tú- Hi everyone, I am Tara, aka Spirit Mother. I like to welcome you all back to my channel on YouTube, Spirit to Spirit Teaching for Itself, on TikTok 974 Enlightened Soul, and I'm also live on my Facebook. If you're new to my channel, I always suggest that people go and read the description on my YouTube channel, Spirit to Spirit Teaching for Going With Itself, in order to get a better understanding of what my channel is about. My channel goes here, there, and everywhere, wherever Spirit takes me. Okay. I use a lot of my own life experiences. And someone said, well, my ex-husband will say, you just write to the place so you can do a podcast or what have you. No, that's not it at all. But it does give me incentives of what to bring forward. Now, today who is Nicola Tesla? Okay. Because I'm talking about this because whenever I bring the name Nicola Tesla up to my ex-husband, he gets infuriated. Gets his nose right at a joint. Hi. So tonight, I was showing him something that I observed on TikTok with regards to in one place in the States or what have you, all the Tesla chargers. They said that they weren't working. So I was showing him the video, and he'll make excuses for everybody else, but you know, it's different. Now I have the Tesla book, Tesla, inventor of the electrical age, but people think that it was Thomas Edison. A lot of people are talking about free energy right now, and it was Tesla who brought a lot of it up. And I was talking to my ex-husband about it, like he just gets his nose in the joint. And he said, well, Tesla didn't know everything. No, but to my ex-husband, neither did you. But, every time I say something to you, I'm always wrong. And he says that it's like the technology that Nikola Tesla had, because Nikola Tesla actually created a vehicle that ran on free energy, didn't have a battery or anything. Okay. So now, when I was reading the Tesla book, okay, that's where I got an idea from. I was reading the Nikola Tesla book. And that night I went to sleep. Well, I was reading about his life. Okay, there was a storm on the night he was born. Okay. Okay. And he was gifted since then. Okay. His father was more of a priest or something, or somewhere around those lines. His father wanted to go in his footsteps, whereas his brother was already going in the father's footsteps. Well, Nicola Tesla, he didn't want to do that. He wanted to do something much bigger. So he spent a lot of time by himself. Okay. It's said that he died a virgin. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But he did have free energy. Okay. And in the Tartarian times, they had the free energy. Okay. In different things, even in the Tartarian book, it, people think, oh, taboo, taboo, taboo. It's only taboo to those who don't want the free energy out there, because it's not profitable. It's not profitable for anyone. Okay. Now, see, I'll go back to what you perceive as biblical crimes. Okay, Michael and Lucifer. Okay, was supposed to have been that Lucifer wanted to overtopple the father or what have you. Well, that's not true. Lucifer, she had ideas, and the father didn't want those. Well, it was more of just father knows best, especially when it comes to girls, right? So let's see. Okay, so this is going to be a touchy subject for a lot of people, especially when you talk about Lucifer and Archangel Lucifer and Archangel Michael. Okay, so now it was more so. Okay, if they said that Lucifer was just all that, okay, was it possible that someone was jealous of Lucifer? You know, just saying. Was Lucifer in the Garden of Eden and was Michael the snake? You know, what really happened there? Okay, Tesla himself, he said he's not religious. He was connecting with the universe, like a lot of us right now are waking up to it. Okay, so this is what I see happening is that Lucifer wanted to create her own world. Okay, and maybe Michael got jealous because the father was going to allow it. I'm just asking these questions. Are we not allowed to ask these questions? Because, in some cases it would be taboo. How dare you question the Bible? How dare you question our teachings? Nicola Tesla, he questioned it. He was telling everybody about energy. But whenever I bring it up to my ex-husband, so they say we have past lives and what have you. Okay? Nikola Tesla, he said that if he was to relate to anyone, he said that he would relate to Lucifer. So if Lucifer was such a bad person, why would Nikola Tesla be bringing free energy to the world? But see, Thomas Edison didn't want that. My ex-husband, he even, like, we've had conversations about this before, and he's even said that people went in and torched Nikola Tesla's stuff, set it ablaze. But did they take what they wanted first? See, I keep seeing like 44. I keep like I keep looking back on my own ancestors. Okay? And the way things went with that, because they've been erased, like right out of the books. There's nothing in there about them, nothing anywhere in museums or what have you about them being the shipbuilders, about them being farmers, about my ancestors having religious skills, about my sixth great granddaddy being the wealthiest. No one matched him when he came over to Canada. But see, Elon Musk, he'll say, well, like, Tesla just didn't have any money. Well, Tesla wasn't in it for the money. Tesla was actually in it to free the people. Nikola Tesla was actually in it to free people. Like, you're using the Tesla name. You're using the Tesla name, but you're not using the Tesla stuff. Because if you were, you wouldn't need these charging stations. Seriously. Nikola Tesla wasn't trying to be a billionaire. Elon Musk, you say that you're not in it for power or anything like that. Really? If you're not in it for power, then what the frick are you doing being a billionaire? Why are you trying to get to Mars? Why? Because your resources have depleted here. So it's all about the money. It's like the anarchy or anarchy or yeah, you know what I'm saying. Anunnakis. We were brought here to be slaves to collect the gold. Is that like is lithium not the same fucking thing? If you're trying to use it as a battery, I'm getting that in my guts right now. Okay, you say that you're not for the fame, you're not for the fortune, you're not for the power, but yet you're stepping into one of the most powerful positions with somebody else. And you say you're not for the power, but when you were announced on the stage, seriously, dude, that's somebody who wants to be glorified. This man, he was actually looking out for the people. And how many of you knew that, I strongly believe, because I watched the Tesla movie, I strongly believe that Nikola Tesla was actually in love with Thomas Edison's daughter. So, they say that we're experiencing our ancestors. People say that Nikola Tesla had no kids. But was there a line? Like, maybe there was. If Nikola Tesla was in love with Thomas Edison's daughter, wouldn't Thomas Edison do anything and everything in his power to fuck Nikola Tesla over? So I guess if I'm sticking up for Nikola Tesla and he refers to himself as Lucifer, or sees himself to be like Lucifer, then I guess I'm standing up for Lucifer. Was Lucifer not pissed off at the mother because the mother did not stand up? The father? All I can think of is like when my ex-husband does that, either he's a version of Nikola Tesla's father or he's the version of Thomas Edison. Because most people would be all happy to know that, there was free energy. 44 on the timer again, free energy. And it's in the books, it's in the Tartarian, it's in here. But the only ones that want you to think that it is bad, like I said, are the ones that are holding what they perceive to be the most power. Are they really holding the cards, or are they bluffing their way through it and cheating along the way? Yeah, I did get pissed off at my ex-husband because, like people join the military and they sign this contract, and anything that goes on, you're not supposed to say shit if you had a mouthful. They have whistleblowers. But the whistleblowers are the ones that are, they're saying, fuck it. So I even asked them, I said, hey, do you think the military don't know, who I am? I had the fucking visions. They had me down in a fucking. I was down. They had me down in a bunker in my visions, and there was another person next to me, and we were in this room, and the person next to me, they were screaming and crying because we could hear them coming for us. Hear them coming. So I reached over and I touched the person, and when I touched the person, that person went right out. They went. It was like they stopped. They went right to sleep. So I was laying in the bed, my legs over the side, and my legs went straight out, and I lifted, laying flat on my back. I lifted up off the bed, I levitated off the bed, and I floated down the hallway. I floated down the hallway in front of people. I was about waist level to these people. And then I got to this one person, and I was laying flat. And then all of a sudden, my body comes standing full-fledged. And you know what? I was seeing that it was a chief or something. Okay? I was seeing that it was a chief. And then all of a sudden, it was like I was in another room. And what happened? They took, and this is not ego, this is a vision I was having. They took and they had me down, and they were about to bust my neck. And someone come in, say, don't hurt her, she's invaluable. So then I was going through a hallway, and it was a government building. I could see around, and it was a government building. Other than that, it was a fucking hospital. And they did have me. I was in the psychiatric unit at the time, so they do sedate you. So I was coming up, and I walked past this person. I got outside, and I turned around, and I ended up seeing this person on YouTube. And I turned, and I told them that person is dangerous. And I heard him say, "Get her to the car now." So they got me in. They got me to the car. We all looked back and said, "Where is so and so? Where's okay?" They said that they were back there. So they were getting me in the car, and then all of a sudden, this person, the one that I recognized from YouTube, this person was in front of me, and I put my hands up because I was afraid. I put my hand up, and I could hear them. They were trying to talk to me, but I wasn't getting a lot of what they were saying because I was afraid. And I kept going like that, and all of a sudden, I went like that, and it flew them back. And I didn't touch them, it flew them back. All of a sudden, I was in a stand of trees. And then all of a sudden, I was home back in my bed. This is like they talk about quantum. Quantum Leap. Ever remember that show, Quantum Leap? Well, this man was talking a lot about that stuff, but mad scientist. They made sure that he had like all these big wigs. Morgan, Edison. I mean, knew that Edison's son was part of the thing to do with human annihilation, like too many humans. Read it. Spirit takes me to place I need to go, and I'll tell you right now. If anybody were to ask me who I'd look up to, it would be that man right there, Nicola Tesla. And why I say Nicola Tesla is because he was actually out to help the people and not make a buck. All these fucking wires, it's hideous. They should never have been there. And is it an illusion and you're just paying for something that, costs nothing at all? But do you ever hear, like, because the lines are actually, do you ever hear them buzzing? They're constantly buzzing. All their wires are buzzing. And that's why people say when they live around electrical towers, phone towers, things like that, they get the buzzing. Yeah. I can sit here and I can hear buzzing coming from everything. All electronics. I can hear the buzzing. I'll tell you, the first time I was in 2021, the first time I was in the psychiatric unit since 99. I was in my bed and I was sleeping and I got woken up to what felt like one massive fucking transformer going off in my head. And that was a big start to my healing. And when I woke up, it was just like, what the fuck just happened there? Okay. So then, like, when I couldn't understand what just happened, but it freaking jolted me right out of my bed, and it didn't tickle either. That's for sure. So when I get up the next morning, I looked around like to see like what like did I stick my finger in a socket or something? It was a socket by the bed, but there was no way that I could stick my finger in that socket. There was even a night when I was in my bed and I woke up because I could. It was almost like I was smelling something, and it was like my room was filling up with smoke, and I was awake. I even went out to the nurse's station and told them that. I went out and I told them that there was smoke in my room. And then you know what their excuse was? Oh well, it could have been coming from way over yonder where they have the stacks. No, I wasn't born yesterday. I even had visions that I was in it was like down in the hospitals. You go right down and you have, where the morgue is, except this was a little bit deeper than the morgue. And let me tell you, I seen fucking zombies. It was pretty creepy in the vision. But I ended up talking to them, and they ended up showing me the way out. See, Nicola Tesla was going through the same thing. He was, you know, psychotic, delusional. Who else was that? Jesus. They were saying about Dawn. Anyone that says anything or talks about God or spirit or, the type of Lucifer, because Michael, you're so much. Love you, Michael. This is the spirit to spirit. And to my, like, my family member, no, I'm not talking to you if you're watching. It's like, it's like I live with both the Father and the other son, the Son. The Father, like not Jesus. I live with both. It could be an aspect of him too, but it's like the Father and Michael, and both of them are fucking cultist asses. And people will throw shit on me. Oh, that's blasphemy. You're talking about them like that, and they'll protect you. Hey, I thought God was supposed to be your protector. They're to be protected. They're supposed to show us how to protect ourselves. They're supposed to protect, but is it the part that protecting you from the truth? Because the truth hurts, and the truth puts a lot of shit out there. So Trump says he's a great guy. People say Trump is a great guy, but when you look into his past, and everybody can overcome their past. But see, when they're saying about the Epstein list and the Combs list or whatever, are they going to bring out everybody, or are they going to bring out the other side that they say is corrupt? Because it's all sides. Because there's some people saying, there's pictures of Donald Trump all buddy buddy with Epstein. There's pictures of Trump all buddy buddy with Combs. And in one of the pictures, Trump is with Melina. Melina, however you pronounce her name, no offense, but she looked so drugged and strung out that it wasn't funny. And did you know that all Trump and her went with was models? His first wife, second wife, and third wife were models. I, I looked at a thing in a write up about his first wife, I think it was. There's a picture of her. There's his first wife or second wife, but there's a picture. I think this might have been the second wife because it was in the 70s. There's a picture of her. And he had her. He had her back and dipped her. She looked scared. And his hand was like that on her. And it was on their wedding day. And then there was other things that said about, the way he talked to her at dinner and everything. One day I wrote on Donald Trump's Twitter. So I hear you're Lucifer. It's like, Elon Musk and Donald Trump could not stand each other up until recently. Joe Rogan said that he wouldn't. So I question a lot, like, okay, if he's bringing out good things, he's bringing out good things. But they're damn well better not being altered, because I even heard that he's trying to buy a bunch of property in Canada. Are you in it for the money and glory, or are you in it to actually help people? Because I just got done watching the video, and you said you didn't care if you got like lots of money or anything like that, but your fucking penthouse has gold, like shit tons of gold. You own a casino, which went against everything that Jesus represented, or Yeshua Christ. People don't like you talking about that. You're no better than like Elon Musk and Donald Trump. You're no better than the elites. And I'm going to be honest about that. You're sitting on billions and billions of dollars. Elon Musk, you want to fucking like build stuff to go to fucking Mars and stuff like that. You don't want to help people. You want to help yourself. If you really wanted to help people, you would have helped people a long time ago. People wouldn't be homeless. People wouldn't be starving. Same for you, Donald Trump. and all your buddies because you're affiliated with all the elites. Whether you like me or not, I don't care. It's if you have really changed, maybe you're undercover. Maybe I'm undercover. Maybe many of us are undercover. Donald Trump said about the 144,000. He put a color to it. He said that it was going to be black people. Like, don't take offense to this. But he said it was going to be that the 144,000 were black people. But that's not true at all. Because the 144,000 it resembles to anyone who is ready to take the call, who's ready to bring their frequency up. To want better things for the world. If you know that there's corruption going on within a system and you're not saying anything about it, you're just as guilty as the ones committing the crimes. Because you say about your life being on the line. Well, his life was on the line all the time. They bankrupt him how many times? They burnt down his stuff, his tower that he made. They destroyed it, but people are finding out that the towers and the peaks on the churches are what they were actually used for. It's right here in this book. But some people get so brainwashed. He says we have a lot in common. The only thing that we have in common are things that we experienced that were traumatic. So I know that I know that these elites, they have the power to stop my algorithms and what have you. And, I also had other visions where they had me and other people strapped in a chair. There's other things saying that, government had contracts so that extraterrestrials could do experiments on us. But, they had a hand in it. I actually had a vision of my ex-husband and somebody else was with him. And I was laying on the couch. And it was in a vision. I was awake, but it was like I was in a vision, kind of in between. And I could see my ex-husband. It was like electrocution hit him. And he was transforming between being it wasn't quite a gray because it was more white, but you could see kind of almost like a uniform. And they weren't big, but he was zapping between. He was going between his human self and his alien self. And I was trying to bat, like I was like this on the couch, and I was backing away. And my mom and there's a male there too. Not totally sure who the male is, but the male was there and saying, "No, we need just look, just watch. It's okay. Just let it go through." Something don't like me right now, and that's too bad. be right back. I gotta change my shirt. You keep falling in here. Wow. You know, having a wood stove has its perks and not at the same time. Oh yeah. See, in this book, I got from wireless lighting to resonant power. Ito pa rin tayo sila. Like, so I got that far in the book. And I read it and I haven't picked it back up in a while, quite a while, because it was a bit ago that I had the vision and brought it forward. So it's that part. If you don't know who Nikola Tesla is, I recommend that you go look into him. His interview. He was a vegetarian, and I even had visions. I had visions of that people were walking, like it was like walking over a bridge or something, and then all of a sudden a big wave just come and just swoop. People were running for their lives to go across. And I had visions that I was in a building, an apartment building complex type thing. And I was going to get in the elevator, and then all of a sudden, all the sewage just backed right up. And it was about up here. So he dug ditches. He kept, he never gave up. He was doing everything until he died. And sometimes I wonder because it's really strange. Okay, because I look at things as a synchronicity. Okay, I can relate to this man in more ways than one. Sounds strange, but it's your birthday. Depending on what calendar you're looking at. It was like the night he was born. Was he hit with a flash of light? Because the night of the supermoon in 2020, I hollered for God's help, and I got hit with a flash of light. Like not just once, but twice. Like it wasn't like it was a flash. It wasn't like a bolt come from the sky, but it was a flash, and it happened twice. And that was the night that I said, like, I basically from that day there was a Christmas, and I couldn't, I wouldn't eat. I couldn't stand cooking ham after that because that night I smelled like a ham cooking, and that hit me twice in the same night. They have the images where in papers where Tesla's holding a light bulb and he's lighting it with his hand. It was another series, I forget what it was, but The Magicians, I think it was called. I think it was on Prime. Not sure if it was Prime or Netflix, I think one or two, right? But I believe it was called The Magician. And they were going and they just touch bulbs and the bulbs would come on. We're touching light switches. It was just like, energy to the bulb. Now, if you look in ancient, ancient pictures, they showed pictures of people driving in cars and everything like that. They even showed like this big freaking light bulb. See those electrical things? See that? They told us that those rods were to keep the electricity, to keep it from hitting the house. No, it was actually bringing in electricity. Everything is electrical. And that's what Nicola Tesla was telling everybody. But, you know, people like Thomas Edison and Morgan and that Morgan guy, no offense to the people that are their ancestors, but everything was obtained from blood. And I was watching on Once Upon a Time when they were doing about Merlin. And they found this hand thing. King Arthur had it. He had this hand thing, and when it stood up, he was holding it. But it was like a hand, and it was holding a torch with a flame. Resemble anything? Does it not maybe resemble the Statue of Liberty? I know that you're stopping this again. Because that's what you do, because that's what cowards do. That's what people do that, they don't want the truth getting out there because it implicates them. And this is a spirit to spirit. And I can feel you right in here. I'm bringing forward about, the taboo. But, I'm not allowed to bring it out, but, everybody else is, right? Hey, Father, people don't come on here like me and people say, oh, she's crazy. She's crazy. She really needs mental health. No, it's not me who needs mental health. I'm very connected and in touch with what's happening. It's the part of people don't understand. And the ones that do understand it don't want others to understand it because they want to keep you saying that you have to go to them because they're your gateway to finding God. Well, they're not your gateway to finding God. You're your gateway to finding God. Community, looking to one another, working together. My ex-husband, he said about back in the days when they did barn raising. Nobody wants to do barn raising now. Why? The Amish still do it. I'm not going to say, but there's corruption everywhere. And I know out of 8 billion people on the planet, and trying to make it look like nobody's looking. There was 4444 on the timer as I looked down and said that. My ex-husband, he was all happy. Well, how come you're not going to university? Why are you looking up religion? study of religion. Hey, it's like, man, if you want to know so much about religion, why don't you go look it up yourself? I've been looking it up. I've experienced going in and asking more like the church for help with what I was experiencing. Don't go to a psychiatric, but yet you'll fucking preach it you'll preach it. Hi from Vancouver. So it's that part of, like, seriously, they don't want you looking up anything because now they want to shut TikTok down because they say it's a communist. It's a communist and it's a threat. Well, who's it a threat to? Because when I go on here, I see people bringing things forward that expose corruption, but some of it could be lies and some of it's half truth, half lies. But I can tell when something is a lie and when it's the truth because if it irritates me. My body will tell me. I see people on here and they're doing energy healings and they're bringing forward hope to people. It's like, hey, Hades, don't like hope? Well, too fucking bad for you. You and your blue hair. Because it's like, and people are thinking, what? She's talking to Hades? It's spirit to spirit. If you think that Hercules was a myth or what have you, well, no, he wasn't. None of this stuff that was said was a myth. Hercules did go up against Hades. And then Zeus, Cronus, Uranus, Gaia. We all come back reincarnated. And that's why some people are at such war with one another. They say the Titans and the Olympians. Okay? They say the Nephilims. How do you say about the giants? What have you, and the humans? How do you know that the humans didn't attack first? Seriously. But I'll tell you, if they attacked, was it because they were working their asses off? Or were they being helped and they got greedy? There's nothing wrong with learning how to use your gifts and what have you. It's what are you using your gifts for? They said the Anunnaki, they didn't want the humans that knowing they had gifts themselves because they made them even better than them. Gisa tamburita na niya sa nakieto to So I do ask myself sometimes, was my ex-husband sent to me? Hey, keep her in line, man. Cause her so much fucking stress that she can't do shit. It's like, if I were to protect myself, they'd probably say, oh, well, she was the instigator. But I've had visions where, it didn't take much for me to throw someone through a wall. Never threw someone through a wall. But in my visions, it's like it's already happened. Different versions of my spirit, my ancestral line, was fighting with his ancestral line. You know, when somebody gets pissed off every time you mention the name Nikola Tesla, shit, that's a real fucking irritant, especially when it's somebody that refers to himself as they can relate to as being Lucifer. Who other, who hates Lucifer so much? Who do they say wants to, you know, step on the throat of Lucifer? Michael, right? You know, some religions won't like what I got to say. They say that, like, we were coming home today and they were saying about, like, people can't handle the truth. Well, people can handle the truth, but, you know, when they've been lied to for so long, you're fucking right. It's going to warp their mind when the truth comes out. That's why it's coming out slowly. But then you still have people like him that want to say and get irate whenever you mention the name Nicola Tesla or Lucifer. But was it his real name? Her real name? Because a lot of people perceive Lucifer as being a man, but that sounds more feminine. And, you know, like it shows um, Archangel Michael as being this big, tough, rugged man ready to scrap. Then Lucifer is feminine. But then when you watch the series Lucifer, at the end, they have Michael and they have Lucifer. Lucifer is dressed all like what my ex husband would say. Oh, shit. The words right there. And Michael, he had a limp. It's like, so some part of, you know, do I believe all the biblical stuff? No, I believe it was manipulated a lot. See, why not, when they say about protection, seek protection from God, they say, seek, like in Jesus' name or what have you. Are you saying it about Michael? Because some say that Michael is Jesus, and some say that Lucifer is Jesus. Is it maybe that Michael was Jesus and Mary Magdalene was Lucifer? Is that possible? I'm allowed to ask questions. Are we not supposed to be allowed to question things? Because if we're not allowed to question things, my next question would be, well, why don't they want us questioning stuff? Says Dancing with the Devil. You know, I have to say, I believe that, you know, the mother father was uh, the, the god goddess and the devil, or they say about Lucifer being the devil or Satan or what have you. But that part of we're all god goddesses, devils, Satan. It all depends on where you are, how you're feeling. Because it's not it's spirit. It's what spirit are you carrying? What spirits are going through life with you? Some people are calm can be. Because you come in, then the ones they throw in the psychiatric unit. There's some that are violent in there, but there are some like myself. We're not violent at all. But they'll leave they'll put violent ones out on the streets. I know, I know, like where I grew up, a mother, a grandmother, and a grandfather got killed a week after they went to the police and said that the son had threatened to burn down the house with the mother in it, and he had gone off his medication. But it's about going and talking with people because you're talking with spirits, different forms of spirits, and when you know how to talk with them, you bring them out. You'll try to rip me apart. Want me to help? Because I know sometimes, like, you won't touch me, but if looks could kill, I'd be dead a bunch of times. And then whenever I talk to them and ask them a question, you can always tell when somebody's not being honest with you because they won't look you in the eye. They'll go like that, or they'll pretend they don't hear you. So look into Nicola Tesla because there's a lot of talk for a long time again. There's a lot of talk with regards to free energy on TikTok. TikTok is one of the major platforms. It probably goes higher than YouTube or most other platforms. They do censor some, but I'm going to say to the people who do card readings, when you get to a card and it's showing a cartoon naked character, your channel is for 18 plus. Why are you covering the picture? Like I have to ask, why are you covering the picture? Considering some of the stuff that I've seen on here, it's way more than just showing a fucking naked cartoon character on a card. So it's like on YouTube, they'll put on the horror movies and everything like that with raping and killing and everything like that. But you come on your channel and you talk about sexual abuse or assault, then your channel gets a strike. Or was that because I started saying about having the dreams about you know people, wolves turning into people, and like visions or dreams about vampires, or like friggin' once it was I jumped, and it was like I was way under the water and I couldn't get up. I get up so far and then I couldn't move anymore. And then all of a sudden I just leapt right out of the water, and landed on my feet on the side of the pool. You know, people are having very vivid dreams to the point where you're actually waking there people are actually waking up feeling like they were experiencing it. My sister told me about a dream that she had, and I was telling her what it meant, but she was kind of arguing with me. It's like, well, if you didn't want me to tell you what the dream meant, why the hell would you ask? And then it was like, well, should I say something? No, it'll ride out. You're just seeing something. Because the way she was explaining it, I was realizing that this was what she was explaining. She was explaining something in her dream that pertained to a corruption. You know, if you're watching, you're actually being shown stuff. You're being told you're using other people to help you tell it because you're affiliating that person or people to it for one reason or another. They were trying to put like they he was sick a lot with depressions and everything like that. The same, you ask yourself when you have like somebody who's extremely brilliant, they'll suppress them. That certain ones will be able to get through, depending on what it is that they're bringing forward. They have the artists. And it's like, dude, do you hear yourself when you talk? Because you say of all the shit and corruption that's going on, and the stuff that you know about, but you don't say shit if you had them all full. And that's why I say, when you're in that position and you know that stuff, whether you sign a contract or not, if it is causing harm to the people, then you are in the wrong. And that's where I have to ask, is it part of your spirit, the leader of it all? It's that part, you come, you massage my shoulders, you hug me, but then you holler at me and tell me that I'm gaslighting you. No, I'm trying to have a conversation. You can have a conversation with everyone else, but when it comes to me, you can't have a conversation. So that's what I have to say. Like, is that does Michael and the father have something against feminines? Because if you're not built masculine, and I'm gonna like not gonna not making fun of them. I'm just saying, just because you got muscle doesn't mean that you have full strength. I will say, I just heard pompous ass. I did a thing today because I went in the store and it's like, holy crap, man, you're the only one fucking bitching about anything. Anytime you go into a store, he's the only one that is bitching about anything. doesn't stand up to do anything about it. You know, he probably knows about portals and stuff like that. They probably went fucking through them. I ain't stupid. And I wasn't born yesterday. I do pay attention to stuff. And I do listen. And do I believe there are portals? Yes, I do. Very much so. This here, Tesla was actually, Nicola Tesla, he was actually connecting with ancient civilizations because they were hearing him in his room. Whenever he'd get upset, there'd be a storm, thunder and lightning. Okay? I know that, like, they got him pushing hard on it. Because, you know, they know that I won't lay a hand on him. I actually have a concrete wall here. And when you look at some of the ancient hieroglyphics, 44 just now, some of the ancient hieroglyphics, it looks very similar to it. And people say, oh, well, that's just things that are, but it's very similar to it. I've never seen bricks like this before. One day, back, well, must have been a year and a half, 2 years ago. It's been 2 years ago. I didn't keep it. If I did, I don't know where I put it. He gave me a note, and the letters on it was they were done very ancient. And I asked him what it said. It said, I love you, Tara. So, yeah, see, there's a lot of similarities on my wall to that. Yeah, some songs are really strange. No offense to the singers, but you know. It's ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics illustrated. I should actually. Like, I haven't read this. It's worse, yeah. There's my great granddaddy. Oh, cough that up. And my great granddaddy's name was Horace. And it's like, oh, look. In 2000, I'll tell you this again. In 2017, I experienced it. It was like an entity that something come from the corner of my house from outside into the corner of my living room, and it whoosh, right through me, and I just panicked. So my son coming out of there and next door, and he was trying to figure out what was going on, and I was kind of, he's growing to this like were kind of rocking me because it really freaked the shit right out of me. And then I decided to contact a medium on the paranormal places, and they contacted me. Or I was talking to them, and as I was talking to them, they told me that a grumpy old man attached himself to me between the time I was born and the age of 2. The only person I could think of that would have been around that time, that would have died around that time, that would have attached himself to me, would have been my great granddaddy Horace. And 111 on the timer. And my ex-husband, Lumpy, like, holy shit, man, are you ever happy? So he's grumpy. He's big. He acts more like he's my father and scolds me and tells me that I don't know nothing. That's why I say, like, oh yeah, yes, like father, because that's the way the father was. I'm not talking about my human father. I'm talking about the father, who you perceive to be the father. So it was that part, I do call my ex-husband Uranus, because somebody that come around here, he said that I was Mother Earth and he was Father Time. So if Father Time is said to be Cronus, then Gaia is Mother Earth, and my name means Mother Earth Mother. So I can relate to that. And he does, to me, he resembles Father Time. It's like you keep repeating history. You tell me to get over my past, but he keeps bringing it up to me. It's like, dude, seriously. No, is it that I got over my past, but you're a version that didn't? You're a version that tells everybody else to get over it, but you don't yourself. See, right now, like, because I brought my story forward, a lot of my family members, they just have very little to do with me because I brought my story forward. But that man, he wouldn't do it. He says we have a lot in common, and I'm telling you, the only thing we have in common are the traumas that we went through growing up. Do I care about him? Yes, I do. I care about him a lot, and I care about his well-being. But it's that part, if you want me to succeed, if you want me to really succeed, like you say you want me to succeed, then you'll stop being a pompous ass and get your fucking shit together and stop treating me like I'm a piece of shit, idiot bitch that gaslights you. When I don't gaslight you, I try to talk to you. You want to be grumpy? Good, be grumpy, but go find the woman that wants to be grumpy with you. Because it sure as fuck ain't me. You want peace. You say you want peace. Do you really want peace? Because you sure the fuck don't act like you want peace, man. I saw the sign. Kinibuta desu ne totale aso de kiniyamata tai. It's like, seriously, a man that could buy you like, he bought me a diamond cross necklace, but treats me like I'm a fucking moron idiot and a piece of shit, like, dude, I appreciate the gesture, but that's all it was because it was nothing meaningful. Because if it was, you wouldn't be talking to me, you wouldn't be treating me the way you do, and you wouldn't be saying that I'm gaslighting you every time I try to have a conversation with you because it's always one-sided with you. And I can tell when he blocks things because he tries to block them within me because it keeps me from hearing others. You know, it's like, wow, man. It's like, seriously. Like it took a couple years now because for a couple of years now I've been trying to get him to paint his place upstairs. Okay, it's all paneling, so none of his food keeps. Everything goes rotten right away. So I've been wanting to paint. He's always, no, you're too messy when you paint, dude. Like, really, have a look around. What? I got a bit of paint on the ceiling, which that doesn't matter because it's got fucking holes all through the thing. Well, I mean, it's been covered up. A few spots on the floor, but you know, the person that you know was supposed to be gonna help had it all scattered. My oldest son, he did a great job in the back room and with the floors. I appreciated the other fellow, the one that started painting, but he was all over the place. And that just, you know, I may as well just done it all myself because it was a mess. And that made it harder for me. But he didn't help any. But I brought the value of his property up by doing here alone. Just doing here, I brought the property value up. It's like, dude, treat me like a fucking dog. You're fucking right. I'm gonna rip the door down. It's like it makes me think that and wonder, like, because I know that I'm connected with him on a spirit level. It makes me wonder if he's the one that's friggin' us tearing the doors down and everything like that. Because he did take his cane to the front door and beat the bottom of it right in. Like, seriously. But I also know a young fellow that told me that when he was little, he was put his parent he got put his parent put him in foster care because they couldn't handle him. And when he went to foster care, he said that the people there locked him in a room. So can you imagine? That's what I feel like. I feel like like when I get that feeling inside myself, I feel like it's somebody that's locked in the room and they're shaking the shit out of the place, trying to get free. And I feel that in my body. It's like people don't like the way I describe stuff, you know? What? Because, I'm explaining what a lot of that people have experienced. I know that a lot of my visions, that because I've seen him, he's in he's in some of my visions. Like when it's pain, when it's stuff, people hurting me, he's always in it. So it's that part of, man, you wanna fight with me here, let's go. Like what? You can't hit me now because I'm a woman, and this is that part of with regards to Michael and Lucifer. Didn't mind Michael didn't mind acting all macho and stepping on the neck. I actually have a figurine of Michael. How many people have experienced somebody standing on their neck? I have, and I knew someone that told me about experiences that they would go through. They said that their partner would their partner would step on their neck with a pair of work boots on, or similar to work boots. And his boots, pretty soon, I'm gonna fucking destroy them because I'm tired of hearing them plump, plump, plump over there. Because it's like I'm experiencing what this person was feeling. This person doesn't even like said they struggled to be around my ex-husband because it reminded them of someone they knew in their life. But when you tell him that, he gets infuriated. But see, the thing is, these fears that these people are exhibiting or saying about, before they even told me about this, I was experiencing it. So I know who is like the spirit versions of him. So it's like when you look at things, okay, was Lucifer? Who was, okay, what was really going on? Okay. They don't want you asking these questions because if you ask the questions, then they want to shut you down and cut you off or throw you in a psychiatric unit because, oh my God, you're talking about the gods, and you're like, like, weren't they saying that Adolf, or not Adolf Hitler, um, not Adolf Hitler, but he was the one that died a few years, like, I don't know if it's 10 years ago, but he was in Iran or something like that. I can't think of the name right now, and it's not coming. And it said that Clintons were affiliated with the Bushes, one of the two. Bush family or the Clinton family were had a relations to them or what have you. They said that he said himself to be someone. Others said that Putin would refer to himself as being like Caesar or someone like that. And, it's like Donald Trump. I'm not throwing shit on these people. I'm just saying what I've observed. Donald Trump will stand at the podium and he'll act like he's the king. And people will even worship him. It's like, seriously, you're worshiping a man that has a freaking casino that, a lot of poor people go to because, they're in hopes that they're going to win some money. He has housing developments where people are homeless. I watched a thing today where he said, how do you heal depression? Work more, fucker. Work more? Put two and two together, people. Work more and gold. So when they take the wealth from the elites, are they taking his and Elon Musk's too? Because it's all dirty money. Yes, she has a point. My ex-husband, he said he can't stand rich people. It's like not all rich people are like that. And what you class as rich, right, Rolly? I'm rich. I got you, so I'm rich. Hey, look, Corky, I got a quarter, so I'm rich because I can call someone who cares. Hey, Spirit. So it's like, yeah, por ahí. Like, it's like, the parts of when you feel like you want to tear me apart, it's like, I feel for you. Because to be honest, this is a message to my ex-husband and every version of him in spirit. You say you want peace, you say about changing, but you have not yet changed towards me. Maybe you stop calling me a whore or a cunt. But when you get mad at me, you call me an idiot. Which, when you call me an idiot, I should slap you across the face because I've had other people tell me that I should slap you across the face. I've even had men tell me that I should slap you across the face. Because I'll tell you right now, any man that calls a woman a fucking idiot, a bitch, a cunt, a slut, a whore, anything like that, and you're not a man. I don't care if they've screwed every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Ask yourself, why were they out screwing every Tom, Dick, and Harry? And it goes for women too. I know I went from talking about Nicola Tesla, but I'm talking about free energy, and this is how they keep you dumbed down. And I'm pretty sure that he got sent in. Not stupid. It's like when you like seriously, when you like you talk like this is a spirit. Dude, you talk about other people being fucking puppets. I want I want to be with somebody who's gonna like be the man, be the masculine to stand up for me, not bring people into the home that have no respect for women. One of those people are actually changing that you brought into the home. And I can see that, and I told them that I can see it. And they went through a lot more with the women than you ever fucking did, man. So you brought someone who's up on charges for international child pornography, luring internationally, must have been going on sites and stuff like that, and luring kids. You brought them into the home after they said that they were a devil worshiper, and I kept telling you I didn't want them here, but you kept bringing them. The one that sexually assaulted me, even if we had been having intercourse prior to that. When I said no, but then that's when you called me the whore and the cunt, and I was a dirty whore. How could you sleep with a dirty man like that? Well, dude, how could I sleep with you? So even though this one that sexually kept bringing him, he was leaving my ex-husband's tools out and just destroying things. All of his motorized stuff got wrecked because of this guy. And he kept telling me he's trying to hijack my brain. He's trying to hijack my brain. Like getting pissed off at him and everything. Like, why do you fucking keep bringing him here? You like the drama? You like the stress? It's like, did you really keep him away you because I told you about what happened to me, or did you keep him away because you found out that he was bum rushing another guy? Because it was you were told that right around the same time. You shut this stuff down because can't have people knowing you. It's like you tell everybody else to tell the truth, to be truthful, but you're the worst one for it. The other day, he told me that his family he left him up there because his family was too far right. But then yesterday He argued with me and told me, I didn't tell you they were too far right. This is just too far left. No. Like, seriously, dude. You don't even remember? So which doppelganger are you today? Because I know what I know. Like you say that you didn't know the guy's name. You fucking well did, because I'll tell you right now, anybody who meets their doppelganger are going to want to remember the name. And they're also going to probably want to keep in touch so that, the tricksters. Are you Odin? Are you Loki? Playing tricks on people? They said Odin would dress like a woman. No offense, Odin. Because it's part of it. It's not to throw shame because Odin would wear a dress. Because, back in many times, they were all wearing dresses, all men and everything, the fucking kilts and stuff. But it's, well, that man's wearing the dress. Your ancestors were wearing fucking dresses and they were men. Or four on the timer again. If someone can do that, would that not mean that they were able to be comfortable in their own skin no matter what they were wearing? But people don't like that. And the ones that don't like that are usually the ones that are insecure about their own sexuality. I think that, the spirit of Nicola Tesla come back and he hates his own name because of what transpired. He has a hate on for people or disdain for, like birds. Well, my ex-husband, he kind of like the crows. And they say about the crow, Odin. My ex-husband is coming along. But it's like, dude, everything I say to you, I'm wrong. Why am I wrong? Because you were in the fucking military and you think you know everything? So far, time as I said that. You know what the military means. And the rest that you found out, you were bound to secrecy. Either that or they pulled the men in black and gave you new memories. So as far as the one that I would look up to, it would be people like Nicola Tesla that actually wants to bring things to the world to make the world actually a better place with free energy and like environmentally safe stuff, natural, not synthetic stuff. That's this whole like people thought he was a mad scientist. It's crazy, but people only thought he was a mad scientist because of people like Edison and Morgan you know, General Electric. You know, your ultrasounds and X-rays, MRIs, and CT scans and stuff like that. It was more of what Nikola Tesla was creating, but it wasn't meant to be used the way they're using it. Because with the way they have it, the banging and clanging, you know, they say loud noises make you go will cause damage to your hearing. But yet when you go into these machines, they have a lot of banging and clanging, and it's like, holy shit, man, get me the fuck out of this thing. It's like it's a fucking torture. But Nikola Tesla was creating the foundation for med beds, which he was just remembering how to bring things back because they were bringing it to him, like they bring things to me, like they bring things to you when you were creating. You're connecting with those versions of your ancestors. And that's what he was doing because they'd say that they could hear him in his hotel room speaking in a bunch of different languages, and he said he was speaking to his family. He didn't have a phone. Kita po na kaya, kasi mumuto siya lagi sa lagi kung tatay sa tutorial. Tutorial. So it's like I looked at a thing in China or up that area. They have roads. That's why everybody's walking because people are the energy. People walking on these things are the energy. So they're siphoning the people. They're not. They're not allowing. Like they're not the actual free energy comes from the ionosphere. Sama Christiana, I'm working the place. Take it out of the way. In here, it shows different inventions. Hey, there's the motor I was talking about that he used for his car. It says here, motors with coinciding maxima of magnetic effect and armature and field. I'm not that great of a reader. It's designed to build machines where the magnetic effects in the field will more nearly coincide. Oh, I have to read the whole book to get that. Energizing two or more energizing circuits. See, this is the stuff that was taken and found high frequency and high potential currents. You know, I'll tell you right now, I know that my ex-husband is extremely fucking intelligent. 144 in the time. And that's why I tell him, get your fucking head out of your ass. I believe it was two metals that were not supposed to be able to be fused together. They weren't supposed to be able to be welded together. But he welded them together. It's that part of, dude, what the fuck are you afraid of? He told me he had he wrote down all kinds of inventions, but he never put them in place. But see, the thing is, I did some game research, okay? And the name of his father died way back in the early 1900s. The name of his mother died mid 1900s. And when I found his name, he was in that. His name, these names were all in the same family. And he died around middle 1900s. See, I looked back, and when I seen it, it was like, holy, what a mind fuck. They say you're seeing the dead. Yes, I'm seeing the dead, all right. It's that part of, when people dislike rich people, it's usually because rich people treated them or their ancestors like a piece of shit. So it's that part of, people that have no money can be just as bad as somebody with it. Because you have rich people that look down on poor people, and you have poor people that look, just can't stand a rich person. And now I know that a lot of my feelings come from him. Do I agree with the way that money is being spent and people being poor and stuff like that, and people having nothing when everybody should have the same? If somebody wants to do something different and make and produce more for them, that's fine. If you like, people should we shouldn't be being jealous because everybody should be abundant. And when you're always wanting more, then you're never going to be abundant because you're never going to feel abundant. There's Elon Musk, 300 and some billionaire, and still rising. Seriously. You're fucking hoarding all that money and you're saying about poor people, and then you say you're not in it for money or power? Seriously? Those are the kind of rich people that I don't like. I'm not very fond of because they go around spouting off about poor people. Dude, for a battery for some of your cars costs just as much as a brand new car to some people. I was told in some of your cars, $50,000 to replace a battery or thereabouts. Well, I'll tell you right now, $50,000. Well, let's see, I could get five pretty good cars out of that and give one to my family members if I wanted to buy a car. But out of that $50,000, geez, you know, you could have a pretty good down payment. You could, well, I mean, with the way things are now, but that could be a down payment on a house. And to my ex-husband, instead of going out and buying like tools and shit that you're not using or you're not going to use, why even collect them? Why not wait until you're telling me that, oh, you don't want to work, you don't want to do anything, you don't want to teach anybody anything, then what the fuck did you go buy thousands of dollars worth of fucking shit for? So it could rot and decay like everything else has? You could have used it to put windows in your house. I'm either freezing to death or I'm cooking. It's not fun sleeping in here at night when the wood stove is going. You can't sleep. And I can't open a window because, well, the ones that opened, they got nailed shut because they didn't stay shut. I was laying on my couch last night looking up at my curtains, and my curtains were blowing. And I will be honest, he bitched about the man who built this house, about the materials he used. He jury rigged everything. He said, "You were a fucking jury rigger, man." Things that didn't fit, like fuck, you would make sure that they could, because you gotta run the ship, right? He was banking on a guy that he said had the mentality of a 14-year-old to make a profit with him. This is the same guy that destroyed his four-wheelers and blamed it on someone else because he was actually the one that hooked the battery, the thing up to the four-wheeler wrong and fried your four-wheeler. But would you believe that? Fuck no. Why wouldn't you believe? Well, let's see. Why don't you look back at why you sometimes call me a whore? Why would you call me a whore when I'm not even your girlfriend or wife? That's pretty sad, I'll tell you right now. Pretty egotistical too. So my ex-husband is so far in his ego. And I know others that are in the ego. Do I come on here to shame him? No, I don't come on here to shame him. If you feel shame about it, well then maybe he should feel something about it. Because dude, you're picking on a woman. Seriously. 20 years ago, you made an oath to love, cherish, and protect me. But you have not done any. Two marriages you fucked up. I'm not saying, we come in or we came in with our trauma, but you made it worse because you knew it was men that caused our traumas, and you caused us more. Do I have respect for him? Fuck him, because he has nothing. I have yet for him to stand up and protect me. He says about somebody that, when I find him, I'm going to be, well, you know fucking well where he's at. Do you think I'm that stupid? But yes, every time. That's why it makes me think that, he's a version of Michael, because every time I mention Nicola Tesla's name and free energy, he gets pissed off. Yeah, oh my God, the ex-husband again. I'm dealing with, I'm allowed. This is my channel. You don't like it, you don't have to be here. Wander off then. Maybe you're a version of him. He doesn't like being talked about, but he sure likes talking about other people. It's like, I told him today, like, we all come here for a reason. How does he know that I'm not his test? It's like he says that I need to be in the hospital. But love you, man, but stop telling me that you just want to die, because if you just want to die, then go in the fucking woods. Because seriously, if your life is that miserable, well, I'm here to tell you, your life ain't fucking miserable at all. You're just making it that way. Like somebody else told me. And I swear that you're that version. It's like, my ex-husband, I relate to him as Uranus. If you don't know who Uranus is, go read up on it. Last true mouthpiece. Doing the song Born Sick. Only born sick because you were working for the enemy that was creating people to be sick. This is a spirit to spirit. Read my channel. This isn't a person to person. Because I'm probably saying a lot of stuff that a lot of people really want to say, but they don't say shit. They had a mouthful for fear of the backlash. It's like the song of "Tell me your sins and I'll sharpen my knife," or tell me. It says, "I'll tell you my sins and you can sharpen your knife." It's not about sharpening a knife. So I'll tell you right now, like when people think that about me, you are so far from the truth that it's not funny. Because I see past that stuff and I see to the person's heart, and others will look down on me because of what I see. And that's why I get so angry and irate with him, because I know his potential, but he's too busy feeling sorry for himself and angry at the world. And it's not the world's fault. It's like, dude, if we go right back to the beginning and the start of it all, you know, save on communication. And I know that this goes with Nicola Tesla and Thomas Edison and Morgan and all them who fucking ganged up on Tesla because he was just a little man. Let's keep bankrupting. It's like, are you Michael? Sharpen the knife. Better sharpen the knife and step on the head. Right? So part of it is it's the Olympians and the Titans. The Titans were considered to be the misfits. You watched Misfits when you were younger because you didn't look like everybody else. It's like Zeus they said was an Olympian. Didn't Gaia wasn't it said that Gaia and her partners, her husband Uranus, and a couple others, they created the Olympians and the Titans, and Uranus didn't even like his own kids. You know, people come on here and they talk about this stuff. So why is it taboo for me to? Wait, because I'm connecting it to my life experiences and my ex-husband. So, you know, if I say that, you know, the father works in numbers. Does the matrix not work in numbers? But yet everything else that is of nature and natural works with sacred geometry. And that's a lot of what Nicola Tesla was doing, sacred geometry. It wasn't numbers, because numbers are manipulated, as you can see. Like, you're going to find out that the math is all wrong. That's why nothing lasts, because the math is all wrong. No, I have books, but I haven't read them yet. I've started reading some, but I know that it has a lot to do with a spirit that I'm connected to. See, think of it this way. You say giants didn't exist, but, they were very human. There's their doors. Okay? Little people need those doors. I went to Niagara. Oh, there's a book. I went to Niagara Falls, and I went to the Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum. And I didn't notice it until the pictures got developed, but everybody else noticed it. The ones that were behind, one thing in the picture. I was standing by. It was the world's tallest man at the time. Wax museum. And I got the picture. And when I looked at the picture, I had my arms around it. But one of my hands were right where his penis would be. I don't know where that picture is, but. And then here's a pistol where two people have to hold it. I got it off Amazon. And a big old huge typewriter. Right there. Oh, right there. Axis. See, this is stuff they don't put out there for you to know. Because what you're seeing in the sky is what they're trying to, like, bring forward to people. Freeing you from slavery. There's another book. There's the books all up top there. Shit, that looks like a museum I've been in. But it's not. That's what it looks like, though. There's a chariot. What's that resemble? Horse and buggy, right? Flying horse and buggy. This man was telling us, if you think that they just started inventing flying cars and everything now, see, look, what's this resemble? Let's see. This here, what's it resemble? Looks like helicopters. Pretty much. Hey, I'll even show you. See that there? Right there? Now, I just realized that. Keep your previous video. Now, look at that. The shape of that. See that? And look at the shape of that right here. That was a picture of that. Only this, it was like it was still and not vibrating, and that looked exactly like that. Because I'm being shown. Because waking up to it, the stuff was already here. We're just remembering what we've already had. And they've taken it and it's yes, I don't look at that. You can always ask because everything is always in the now. So, what if all this stuff was what we're creating now and we're being shown something? We're being shown that we're destroying each other is what we perceive the past. Is it actually showing us the future? Don't they say about the prophets? You know, and it doesn't matter if you believe in them or not. Even in Revelation, you know, saying self-fulfilling prophecy. Here's Mary Magdalene, the first apostle. I resonate more with her and what's in these than I do what some of the stuff in the biblical text says in different aspects of it. And the reason for that, I know everything can be manipulated, but in the Bible, there's more about killing than there is about peace. It's that part, Orion. Orion's belt, I actually drew a picture of how I sleep. And when I drew the picture of how I sleep as if I'm forming Orion's belt. It's like I sleep like this because I sleep with my legs straight, this one up, and then kind of like this. And don't they say that Orion's belt is aligned? I'm coming on. I'm asking. I'm saying how I see things, and then I'm asking the question. But the ones that don't want you asking the questions. Yeah, that there. Charging. Like you look at the architecture. Look at the architect work. Okay? Please look at that. And then ask yourself, why do we not see stuff like that anymore? If we're so intelligent as a civilization, why are we not seeing this being constructed anymore? That's art. It takes a lot of work to do stuff like that. Think of like shit, man. The stuff we build today, you get a windstorm, what happens? It blows over. Okay? They're building dams and everything like that. They say it's real. Go watch Frozen. Frozen 2. It's a cartoon, but go watch it, seriously. Because it says that they built the military father, the grandfather, built the dam, bridge dam. Okay? And after they built, it was to make life better for the indigenous community. But did it make life better? No. It actually dried up all their land and took all their water. Go watch it. You might learn something because it's telling you something. Even if it is a cartoon, swallow your adult ego and go be a child for a minute, but look at it through the all-seeing eye, through the eye of truth. While you're doing it, look around and see what you've witnessed or you've seen within the world. There's no buildings built like this anymore, and it's doing all that. Why? To erase it from your memory. And because, it was built in the Tartarian. Churches, you went to church for healing purposes. Look at this. Like, seriously. Do you see people doing that now? Like, look at that. I don't know if it's gold, but I'm not talking about gold. I'm talking about the actual architecture of it, the creativity of it. Where'd it go? I'll tell you where it went. It went with all these poles and all the frequencies going through your fucking brain. And that's why Nicola Tesla spent so much time by himself. People may say, well, if he didn't have a love life. Well, maybe he didn't have a life, but maybe it was because he was more concerned to bring things to humanity that was going to benefit humanity and take away all the pain and suffering. But some people, they say about people like pain and suffering. No, most people don't. Just the 1%ers for the most part. And they say the world is. They said that it was in Russia, but they said Russia is 52 to 54 kilometers across the ocean to the States. Look it up. This book will be interesting for me to read. I gotta like. There's a place I want to go because there's hieroglyphics. I want to go see the hieroglyphics because I know I draw on different things. Oh, sets out by centigrade nice energy into motion in one profound moment. Columbian expedition. Electricity sparked the fair to life, ushering in the electrical age. The White City incorporated electricity into every aspect of the fair. It also meant the fair would remain open at night. The Westington House space reserved a section in the building for Nicola Tesla. It was run at Niagara Falls was the final victory of Tesla's three-phase alternating current (AC) electricity, which is today lightning that enter globe, lighting the entire globe. On November 15, 1896, the city of Buffalo joined the power grid being generated from Niagara Falls, approximately 26 miles away. So why do we need all these poles? Because you don't. Stephen Greer, he's saying it, and now I know what I know back in 2020 when the first time, like when I read hieroglyphics on ancient civilizations, and then I hollered out, I hollered out Tesseract or Tesseract, and it's a little energy box, and it would go on the side of your house, and it would pull energy in. And there's the lightning bolt. Do you ever see the way, like, did you ever notice that, like, some of the churches, like the church where I'm from, my second great granddaddy, he donated the land. The church was built in 1867. The same year Canada was founded, well, named Canada. And at that time, it had a steeple, and I remember them having the lightning rods on the top of the steeple. So it's up there, and people think that these uh, heat pumps. You think that the heat pumps just come out? The heat pumps I read were back in the mid 1800s or before. But they're saying, oh, that's new technology. Gotta get it now. Gotta get it now. Why is it so expensive? It shouldn't be expensive. It's expensive to get it put in. It's expensive to get it run. And then it's a hell of a time trying to find somebody to come and service it if they didn't put it in, according to my husband. What's a part of I'm going to ask you, did you actually try to find someone? For me, darling, just dive right. The lightning antennas were set to attract energy, not deflect it, and our 5G towers also energy collectors. Remember that free energy was developed by the Tartarians, and Nikola Tesla's furthered the understanding over 100 years ago, yet we are not allowed these abundant free energy devices to this day. Imagine a world where free energy was abundant and available to everyone, where you could travel freely anywhere, at any time by boat, car, or air. This was the world of the Tartarians because they had harnessed the secrets of the universe of frequency, energy, and vibration. Spirit of Thomas Edison, shame on you. And shame is one of the worst vibrations to be in. But think of the vibrations that his stuff has been putting the people in for years. People becoming sick. You got all these fucking things going through people's fields. You're not like, you got to have it in your field. They're all out in front of your house. Like, I mean, like every 25 feet or less, there's a fucking pole. Like, seriously, look at this stuff. This was the healing stuff. I went into a church a few weekends ago, and it was so cool because they had the old pipe organ where it had the actual fucking pipes. It was older technology. See? Sacred geometry. You see anything in here that freaking resembles numbers? Seriously, you get a person to fucking do that now. I'd love to see it. So that's what I said. Is what we perceive the past to actually be the future? And we're experiencing it all in the now? You know, it's where everything's gone. And we got ticky tack boxes. No offense to the architects, but you know, a kid could draw it. Tell you, your ancestors were doing so much. See right there, love and healing centers. That's what they were. Germany Animal Healing Center for the World. The Berlin Zoo gathers the most expensive collective animal vegetation species from around the world. There are 130 or 1,380 species, 220 or 20,200 animals, and an aquarium surrounded by 35 hectares of vegetation. Zoo is within the park. Say opposites. Like, yeah, I don't have to do it all ancient civilizations depict flat Earth. It's true. Tell them, and I'm saying there's good side, and there's not so good side to everything. There's people coming on here, and they're talking about fucking people's blood type. Oh, they're bad people because of this blood type. Fuck off. It's not the bad people because of their blood type. People are saying that they're bad. That oh well, like people are hating on people that are RH negative and stuff like that. It's like seriously, grow the fuck up. If you've got a mother or a daughter or a grandmother or a granddaughter or something like that, and you think that way, you're gonna fucking treat that person like a piece of shit. You're no better than the religion then. People just get told, grow the fuck up. It's like people think because where is it? They show what's his name? Am I gonna miss it now? Apparently. Yeah, Paradise Island is like the Amazon woman. Oh, here it is. Okay, see that? That picture there? That's cute. Okay, we show this in the book We Are at War with an invisible enemy. Okay, you look at pictures of Jesus, he's got his fingers like that. Okay, you know, it's that part of my fingers that go this way, that way. Hey, I do I do this sometimes. I do this. I do this. I do this. I do a bunch of different hand gestures. Are you going to use that? Are you going to use it against me? Maybe it means something. I know that spirits are connecting with spirits through me. I'm not stupid, but it's like, hey, kita por esta triste. All presidents have the same bloodlines. So it says on here, what are the odds? All presidents have the same bloodlines. Well, they're saying that a lot of them have RH negative. But just because some people have a specific blood type and they're bad doesn't mean that all are. Think about it. It's like, think of what they depict Olympus like, and then you look at what we say are modern buildings, but it's actually that much older. They're finding out that there is a phoenix in the Grand Canyon. Oh, you know, back a bit ago, I was questioning the Underground Railroad. Was it a ploy? Did some actually get free, but it was a race against time of whether or not you could get free? It was like using you as prey, and if you got through, then you were free. But they liked the chase. Was the Underground Railway used as a secret way of bringing children? Because here in chapter 19, children for sale, all aboard the folding trains. The first orphan trains operated prior to the Civil War. Over 250,000 children were transported from New York to the Midwest over a 76-year period, 1853 to 1929. Well, yeah, we'll die. From the early 19th century, okay, this is the Underground Railroad. From the early 19th century until the mid 19th century, approximately 30,000 to 40,000 slaves entered Canada along the Underground Railroad. Most settled in Upper Canada, Ontario. They soon became productive and important members of Canadian society. So I said, like, did some get through? But what was happening? Were people getting abducted and then sent somewhere else? Because it's right around the time, you know, just saying. I'm allowed to question these things. I don't have to take everything they say as gospel, especially when you're looking at this and then you're comparing the two after already having thoughts about it. There's underground tunnels have been everywhere, and Tesla was inventing a lot of stuff. They said the death ray. Well, was it the death ray to like kill people, or was it like wanting to stop war? California midwinter expedition. See, these are things, did we really learn about this stuff in school? No, most of us didn't. No, when they teach history, what did they teach? They taught about war. They didn't teach this stuff because maybe if they had taught stuff like this, might have been more interested. But these are the histories. They never taught about giants in school and stuff like that. They just told us, oh well, those are fairy tale books. Well, shit, they don't look too fucking fairy tale to me. And I was okay. San Antonio Aero Club's the airship of 1852. Strange craft of the sky. Sacramento man describes the airship. Claim they saw its occupants and heard them in conversation. Heard them in conversation. Okay. Most of them speak telepathically. Do I? See, people think that it's just RH negative people that have gifts. Everyone has gifts. We're all made in the image of created. Then we all have the same gifts as the creator. Do not get up with that. See, these are people that put this book together. They're the ones that dug deep. They just didn't go on one thing. But mainly historians. 44 on the timer as I said that. Like, seriously, could a man build that? Could we build something like that? Yep, Uranus just spoke. And that's about one block. Some of the pyramids were made of. It wasn't humans. You say you think that they were dragging it. That's what they want you to think. See, this is art. You go into a building now, where do you see it? You don't. That's why it's that part of in isolation. How many of you have gone into isolation? Like, I know it feels like you've been driven crazier, but you've become more creative. You picked up a craft, something that you were always good at, or something you always wanted to learn and found out that you were good at it. Seriously, do you think we really waking up to it. 44 on the timer again. It's just, it's amazing to see this stuff. It's all sacred geometry. There is no math in here. I mean, like they say about, well, you need math to make the angles and stuff like that. But the math was right then. And that's why they could create it. It wasn't a hijacked version. It wasn't altered or manipulated. And it was all there. And they say it was lost. It wasn't lost. It was stolen. And it's time you fucking give it back. Kita kadesi saha. Do you think they didn't have ships coming in? Look at the images. Okay? You had to know what you were fucking doing there. But do they teach this stuff in school? No. They used to teach industrial arts when I went to school. We learned how to do tech, like doing an architect stuff. It's like think of just look, think of this as what's like. Look at the snow under a magnifying glass. Zoom in close on it, and then ask yourself what you see. Energy star forts. The Tartarians created star forts and star cities. Flat Earth Tartarians. And how many, it's been said of flat Earth more often than round, but you know, it's perceived to be like a flat Earth, okay? But it's one massive core. And the core is actually, it's not a fireball. It's like a fucking ice ball. But it's more of a flash freeze. You know, when you get freeze or frostbite, but you know, when they say they got to put medications and it's that it's like a flash freeze and it's so cold that it burns. Earliest world map of flat Earth, 1587. And you know, in those times, they actually had it down how to astral travel. Plus, they already had the stuff to go to space. Like you look at what they took to the moon, it was like a fucking tin can. Seriously, that's gullible. When a plane is not even able to go up that far. So how could like that little fucking tin can that they show that was said to have gone to the moon? Think about it, everyone. It was an illusion. They were showing that part, But maybe they did really go, but it wasn't using that fucking thing, and they didn't show you the real shit. Yeah. Seriously. Using these fucking rockets, man, and you're for the earth. You're for making the earth better, but you're fucking sending all these damn rockets into the sky that's sending shit clouds of pollution and radiation and all that crap into the air, and you're for the people? No, you're not. Are you giving all the money back? Transatlantic imports by Regina or Regine, Region, 1450 to 1900. Brazil, number of slaves accounted for. In Brazil, 4 million, 35.4%. Spanish Empire, 2,200 or 2,500,000 slaves, 22.1%. British West Indies, 2 million, 17.7%. French West Indies, 1,600,000. Or sorry, no, 100. Well, they missed a zero there because I think that's what they were putting. 1,600,000 slaves, 14.1%. British America and United States, 500,000 slaves, 4.4. Dutch West Indies, 500,000 slaves, 4.4. Dutch West Indies, 28,000, 0.2%. Europe and islands, 200,000, 1.8%. From 1450 to 1900, a total for those places was a total of 11,328,000 slaves. 100%. There were slaves on their own lands, and it was everyone. People think that it was just one one culture. It went way back, and it didn't matter what color you were, and they were using their own people as slaves too. So what you're being taught in school is taught to keep you divided and ignorant to the truth. Because the ones that are telling the story, they were all doing it. And like I said, they were doing it to their own family members too, because greed led the way. The first natives of America, Black Moors, author and historian Chancellor Williams said, the original Moors, like the original Egyptians, were black Africans. The 16th century English playwright William Shakespeare used the word Moor as a synonym of for African. His contemporary Christopher Marlowe also used African and interchangeably. And did anybody know that, like here, they were having recognizing the black culture for going into the military? How many of you knew that that had already been done by Justin Trudeau's father? Well, perceived father, Pierre Elliott Trudeau. He had done it because I went looking. I go down all kinds of rabbit holes. Depends on how far I go. But it's a place where spirit takes me to look into things because it was that part of repeating history. You know, his Justin Trudeau's father did it, and Justin Trudeau did it, so it had already been done. So why did people not know that that had already been done? It's that part of, if people don't want to get to the truth, then why the fuck are people saying about truth and reconciliation? Why are they going and having these um, days for truth and reconciliation if they're not actually going to sit with the truth and reconciliation? Because I keep seeing people throwing it at each other all the time in different ways. So part of, seriously. And how many of you knew what, like the hats? The hat, like if you put a hat, if you're into your weight, put a hat on your crown chakra. Did you ever watch Signs? Mel Gibson Signs? When they go down in the basement and they take tinfoil and they make tinfoil caps because they don't want them reading their minds. Well, you know, hmm, it's like so much anger. Oh, oh, I was about to go like that. Okay. I just found spirit just brought me to something. Well, I'm looking at the Orion Zone, and it has over here, it has Grand Canyon. and they have the Orion, what would be the arrow pointing in the direction of Grand Canyon. And didn't I just say that they were said to have found a sphinx in the Grand Canyon? That they have a sphinx in the Grand Canyon. C'est it's like, food thought. But some people say, "Well, I'm not interested in that stuff." Well, good. You keep paying your fucking bills because there are people that are interested in having free energy and being able to go places, being able to you know, not have to pay shit piles of gas, not have to pay a carbon tax or anything like that. Quito porreta. It's like that song, I'm not in any wrong situation because I'm not in a relationship. Ah, there it is. Edison and Nicola. They didn't belong to. This was that was Tesla's work right there. Nikola Tesla's work right there. They say the web, the electrical web, they cut you off at every corner. So every 25 feet, it cuts you off. Oh, did you guys see that? Infant incubators right there. See? Babies struggling with their lives were transformed from hospitals to show off the new incubators at many world exhibitions. Some died due to infections from human contact. They ran these exhibits until 1940. Have you ever heard of the bird box babies? Or the quintuplets or whatever it was? They were put on display for profit. And there were the confirmation. See, oh yes, here we go. Here's actual photos. See giants? Seriously. Are you awake yet? Foto tayo eh. Si Mikre Boşle kuleta ha. going to say those are fake? Oh, those are Photoshop. Those are Photoshop. Are they Photoshop? I know, like, my algorithms with the stuff, something's going on there. I know that. So, get to put it that way. It's like, why would we not? Here, don't think stuff was taken away? Let's read that. In 1926, Lee Burno, Burton Williams of Pittsburgh, United States of America, presented his invention, an automobile which claims runs on air. The motor starts on gasoline, but after it has reached a speed of 10 miles an hour, the gallon supply is shut off and the air starts to work. At the first test, his invention attained a speed of 62 miles an hour. The first hybrid diesel and compressed air locomotive appeared in 1930 in Germany. The pressure brought there by the oil industry in the transport sector were ever given, and the truth of the matter is that they managed to block investigations in this field. So what was going on? Okay, when did no. Mhm. Shit. Okay, the first one was in Germany in 1930. World War II started in 1939, 9 years after. And wasn't it said that everything was being confiscated, all inventions, and books were being burned? So where did that car go? The war stopped on September 2nd, 1945. So seriously, where'd the car go? Anybody see it? There was one guy that in the 80s he invented a car that ran on water. Some people made a car run on grease. Nicola Tesla, he made his on energy. And it was in the papers. I just feel like it was compressed air trains, no coal, no logs needed. Seriously, where'd all that go? Come on, father, you're not gonna let this shit through? Pretty sad. The compressed air car, no fuel and no gas needed, just air. From the horseless age of October 1898, in 1895, the carriage company, uh, pneumatic carriage company, was organized under the laws of West Virginia with an authorized capital of $5 million and worth and with offices at 253 Broadway, New York. New York. Hey, I must ask, who lives in New York? You know, who was born in New York? Trump, right? Some people say that he'll stand like Hitler, but that's just what some will say. And it's true. I don't know because I don't follow them a lot. Just sometimes I'll follow because I started getting more interested in Donald Trump when I found out that he was related to, well, it would have been great. No, could have been the father-in-law, the great grandfather-in-law, or maybe the brother-in-law that was married. He was the great great grandson of, like I said, the brother-in-law or the father or grandfather-in-law. Because I'm trying to look back at my information. That was married to my. She might have been my fifth great grandfather's daughter. Is Donald Trump's mother. Was this person's grandfather, I believe. You know, they say we're all related, so how close can we be, right? You know, people say, well, there's no much. Well, you know, is he not trying to buy land? You know, it hooks him to Oak Island. And weren't they saying that, you know, the Ark of the Covenant, saying that the Ark of the Covenant was at Oak Island? And then it just so happens, like they say Donald Trump is a time traveler. And it says that Samuel Ball found a treasure and became rich. It's like if you go, if it's going, and now all of a sudden, it's say like there's other stuff that's saying that Donald Trump had an Ark of the Covenant. in his penthouse. So did anybody else hear that? Others were saying it. Do I believe it? I believe anything's possible because I know that Back to the Future, Biff was Donald Trump. And it was said that it was Donald Trump's grandfather that went in and took the stuff, confiscated all the stuff out of this man's hotel room after he was seriously ill. So somebody told me, Donald Trump, you wish you were Lucifer. That was Tesla's tower. Dikiela ako tu prietare Syria, ikuplasyon mi kasroy. Kaya ito eh. See, I'll go in the. See, there's a woman on here who talks. She's a longtime historian. That's pretty cool. And if you're watching, I don't go like I cross-reference myself, and I do resonate with a great deal of your stuff. I'm on the same page as you. I'm just bringing things forward differently. Because it's that part they do say that the Anunnaki, they're afraid of the true God, the true creator. Here we go. Chapter 12, 69. Free travel. This is the stuff that's free travel. Flying machines and refueling stations. Well, look at that. It's right at the peak of a building, the point, and it's refueling. It's holding energy. Even had a boat. Flying machines. Do you know, I did a video on TikTok, or I put it on TikTok. I was actually looking out my window. It's there a lot, pretty much every night. And I put that drones don't act like this. And if you look at it, I said it looks almost like a marshmallow. And if you look at that, it almost resembles a marshmallow. I can't. Get up at It's real. Now, okay, that speck might look like a speck, but just watch it. Oh, yeah. The hell? Oh, there. That might be a little better. Just, I know it looks like a little speck to some right now, but watch it move. I know. Yeah, I heard somebody say it's just a speck moving. It's so sorry. Just wait. I thought I was impatient. No, I'm not impatient. Everybody says I am, but I'm person. See? Yeah, move just like a heartbeat. No, I just want you to see what I'm talking about when I say go to marshmallow. It's on my TikTok, yes. Oh my shit. Holy heck. Now, look at that. Look at that. And then look at the shape of that. That may be what it looks like at night, in the dark, when as if it's lit up. So it's not part of, it's like we're being shown and we're seeing things, in the sky. And people are saying, oh, they're drones, they're this, they're that. Some of those ships were stuff that was most likely confiscated from my ancestors, from my sixth great granddaddy and his children, and the people around him that were part of his family. They said that community is thriving. See, I'm saying it's my sixth great granddaddy. But it's a lot of other people's sixth great granddaddy too. Because he had 12 or 13 kids. And they had bigger families too. And then the ones, you know, it's written that someone said, well, most of the bad ones left, but, we got rid of the rest. So, meaning you got rid of the rest, what you did was, like, you killed them. You unalived that story. I better be politically correct. Because, seriously, they don't mind using the word killed on TV or on the radio or anything like that on the news, right? Like, seriously. They had the technology then, and that was in the 1700s, the late 1700s. And is that part of when did the totalitarian? Oh, who were the Tartarians? Reclaiming their past. Tartarian, Tartarian, Tartary language, flag, crest, emperor, emperors, and its own universal language. Ureta, moneta, da isiki todo eso de quise lo kailangan como reserai. It's Gelo to reste hisido to le lo kriyo mangiri aso muta ya. E mo kiti reste to dore. Se to da ya tare ya su de salari to gore maria ya guri se na maria ka hiet to te to riam. To puri tai. Se to tare ya kare ai. Ke shula kriyo maria ya sare. Ke puta ta ya to visite. Su de to greta. E kuni to kriya. Puro to. Es super kriya to dore. Just drew the picture. I drew what we're in right now, and I drew the picture of what it's going to be again. Better know your truth before we start shitting on something because the people that don't want the free energy coming out or being known to the whole public, like Trump, Donald Trump, you're still talking about using oil. Seriously? You're still talking about using gas and telling people, oh, you want to get out of the depression? Work more. Hey, dealing with gold, dude. telling people to work more. I have to say, like, are you the darker side of the Anan, Anan, Anunnaki? Just a bit of a day. I watched something like with regards to Joe Rogan, and he was saying that he's never seen Donald Trump drink water. He's never seen him drink water. He's always drank Coke. Bring me, he said, "No, just bring me a Coke." It's like I'd be like, if you watch the movie Men in Black, okay, it has one of those ships crashing, and he's so this he's comes out and he's in this firmer skin, but he doesn't fit the skin. The alien doesn't fit the skin. So he goes in and his face is all drooped like he had a stroke or something like that. And all he wants is sugar. Give me sugar. But he liked hanging out with not the maggots, the roaches were his friend. So if they squashed the roach, right angry at them. This is what it says in the back. The Tertiary civilization encompassed most of the world we know today, from Russia to China to Africa to India to Australia and New Zealand and to the North and South Americas. Hey, is Canada and the States not North and South America? And it was 333 on the timer before as I was saying it. They have been swept from modern history books and were likely destroyed in the 19th to 20th centuries, along with many of their amazing buildings. There are numerous documents providing that there were also giants amongst them around the world, while the black around the world, while black Moors were the Native American people, not Indians, as one says. And this isn't to cause conflict because that's all ever any like because people don't understand what it is that's being brought forward. Everybody gets their panties in a bunch. The people of Tartary were destroyed by same advice by the same advanced technology that controls our weather today. They were flooded, firebombed, earthquaked, and likely had detected direct energy weapons used against them. This is what they're saying today. So if they're saying this today and it was going on then, it sounds like history is repeating itself, right? Or are we being shown out? Because some say it's a it's movie. It's movie. Many of their remnant skulls and bones have been buried under major cities. So that's why they dig down and they see that there was a whole lot more to everything. Things were higher, buried. The Tartarian Old World Order was an elegant, benevolent society. They used advanced physics and scared geometry designs, as well as pipe organs and carillon bells to help and to heal all. But I know that yous are trying to keep this from getting out. Piquito por etarese today. Quieto por ahí. You'd even fuck up your own family members. That's it. Did you keep them safe? Because those same people were probably humping a lot of different people. One of their main creeds was to give back more to nature than we take. All of the architectures and technologies were known of today was developed by the Tartarians. There is nothing new under the sun. The 18th and 19th centuries were final book burning and removal from historical knowledge of this once great civilization that flourished up until just 100 years ago before being eliminated from our history books today. You know, it was your ancestors who built this stuff and they tore it down. They took your history out of the books, and Nicola Tesla was part of starting to bring that back. Same as well, the form of Mary Magdalene and Jesus, or Yeshua, however you refer to it, Christ. But it was the awakening. It was the Christ consciousness. They were connected to everything. So it's like when my ex-husband said today that people are afraid of the truth. Well, you know, people wouldn't have been afraid of the truth had you not lied to them for so long. Had you not lied to them in the beginning. So 4-4 on the timer. It's not that the people can't handle the truth. It's that your greed keeps them from knowing the truth. So, you know, Chiquito por esta vez, pero te ves, tú no te ves, es super de esta la que te ve. Mikito por ekari, ekote por ekari, sikito por esta la tabay. So, you know, I'm allowed to ask questions. I'm allowed to look into things. It's a system in society that doesn't want you to. And I know that, you block my algorithms. I'm not stupid and I wasn't born yesterday. And this is a spirit to spirit, my whole channel is spirit to spirit, because you've cut the biggest majority of this all. That's sad. Get the Buddha today. If you put up a shrai and you say you don't censor, you just censor the ones that, bring something to light that you don't want to bring to light. It's a part of either find a way or make one. And I guess we're going to make one, right? Because they say the waymaker, que tu pureta es sura sola que se la estudia, eh? Finish each day. Be done with it. You have done what you could. Tomorrow is a new day. Begin it well and sincerely and with spirit. Now, when it says finish each day and be done with it, okay, do they say to be like you can be done with it? But is it that part right away that you forget about it? Because, is it that part that they want you to forget about it so that you don't remember what they did so that they can continue to do what they're doing? It's what works for them, right? The elephant in the room. There's an elephant in the room. It is large and squatting. Squatting. So it is hard to get around it. Yet we squeeze by with how are you and I'm fine and 1,000 other forms of trivial chatter. And it's because nobody wants to address the elephant. Everybody just wants to keep going with their blinders on, but it's not everybody. And the ones that have their blinders on, when you do see, you're not going to want those people that told you ahead of time. You're not going to want them to say, well, I told you so, because you'll look at the movie and you're like, like, hey, people are already telling you stuff, but, you're not listening. 3:44 on the timer, and there's that 44 again. Well, whoever thought that spirit was a man, seriously, spirit is both man and woman, masculine and feminine, mother and father, child, everything. It's not a gender. My religion consists of a humble admiration of imitable superior spirit who reveals himself in the slight details we are able to perceive with our frail and feeble mind. Albert Einstein, seriously, dude, were you fucking feeble? So see, he was such a brilliant man, and he's saying we're frail and feeble. And did I not just say about like the truth, because I don't think Albert Einstein thought anything nice, for the most part, about Nicola Tesla. So Albert Einstein, there's writings that you were not nice to your wife. So it's that part of, are you part of the one? This is a spirit. Like, are you part of the one, Albert Einstein, in spirit? I'm speaking in spirit. The ones that thinks that wives shall submit to thy husbands, because if you do, you're a chauvinist asshole. Because there was a lot of stuff that said that Albert Einstein was abusive to his wife. And it wasn't a him or her that revealed itself to me, because it was one fucking massive vulva. So it had no gender. And, say about matter, but everything can be changed. Is it not? Was it not that matter is something more of a solid? But when you realize and understand the physics of it all, it's more than that. And to eat creates, I'm allowed to ask these questions. This is stuff that I've read. So, hey, it was the same as Elon Musk. Well, Tesla wasn't smart enough to know how to, what is it called? Advertise to make money off of something? No, he just wasn't greedy. He didn't look at helping humanity as a way of profit for own self personal gain. And I don't care if you like me. I'm not really fond of you either. Whether you put things like brought stuff to people or not. Nicola Tesla did a hell of a lot earlier than you, and his ancestors before him, and ours, and before that. But you're talking about putting a fucking chip in people's heads. Great opportunities to help others seldomly cost, but small ones surround us every day. So everybody is always given the opportunity to help someone. It doesn't mean that you gotta give everything that you got. The best thing that you can give someone is understanding, compassion, love, and teaching them how to obtain it themselves. Look at the blue sea. My motto was always to Keep swinging. Whether it was in a slump or feeling badly or having trouble off the field, the only thing to do was keep swinging. Let's learn a lesson from tea. It shows its worth when it gets into cold water. Risk more than others think safe. Care more than others think is wise. Dream more than others think is practical. Expect more than others think is possible. Okay? Lately, the universe, they've been wanting me to do a card from the Psychic Tarot Oracle. Ano mo rin tayo sa heart chakra. The universe is saying your heart chakra. Open your heart chakra. Heart chakra color green, sound yum, air element, air, gland, thymus, and keywords, I love you. Parallel to the heart, the chakra represents unconditional love, compassion, harmony, relationships, and healing. It's believed to be the link between your mind, body, and soul. Balancing this area may take a while, but you should allow all the time that you need to heal. You need so the healing energy can get through and flow freely. By loving yourself and others, as well as learning forgiveness, you'll become more attuned to spirit. And I know that there's parts of me that, it's that part of wondering, like, yeah, parts of me was frustrated with things, but I had let it go. And like my ex-husband knew everything about me, but I know nothing about him. Not really, because I caught him in lies quite a few times with regards to it. And it's not because I don't forgive. It's that part of, I'm not going to forget because, every time you make me feel like a piece of shit, I'm going to bring it up to you. And that's not the part of that I didn't forgive. It's I'm going to remind you that, it's time you sort the fuck up. If I can't even mention Nicola Tesla's name, then there's fucking issues. I'm getting tired of hearing you say that you don't want to be here, and I'm not talking about here. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm getting tired of hearing it because that is one of the lowest vibrations, and if you're trying to take me down, I will kick you right off, and you will drown if you don't learn to swim. And this is not cruel. You want to say to me about how they're not helping you. Doctors are not helping you. Doctors are not helping you. I'm telling you how you can get fucking help. And that's a hell of a lot more than what you did for me because you left me for dead. Because all those times that I told you something was wrong, I was unwell, you left me for dead. And I didn't leave you for dead. When I could have actually left and left you get sucked dry. That part of I don't ever want to hear from you again about somebody hijacking your brain or trying to hijack your brain because you're the one that's trying to hijack other people's, especially mine. It's like you must want to be alone because I'm not going to feel sorry for you anymore because you're putting yourself in the rut that you're in. You caught yourself in your own fucking web. And maybe you're just saying that you don't like it. Then if you hate it, find a way. I'm looking back at on Once Upon a Time when Emma goes into a building and it's against the Dark One's son, Gideon. Okay, he was the Dark One's son, and Emma wanted to help, and she thought that she was going to be helping him. And she went in, and he had brought forward from another realm a giant spider, and it caught her in the web, and it damn near killed her. And the Dark One came along and saved her. In this series, Emma was the savior, and she had the grandson of the Dark One. So is that part of, you know, like they say about the web. Okay, you say about the web, the internet, the web. Okay. But is that the actual? Is that the that could be part of the web? But the web that you get caught in is actually a frequency web. Because the belief is spiders. Don't take me as gospel, but what I'm getting is that spiders create their web through a frequency, and that's how it's made. If you look at a spider web, right? He got caught in his own web, and it's that part, I'm not I'm not gonna I'm not gonna have somebody stand there and fucking holler in my face or holler at me and me not give it back. Did you ever hear of a banshee? The cries of the banshee? The cries of the banshee, like it makes it look ugly. The cries of the banshee are the pain. It's the pain that the darkness has put on the evil parts of it. And the banshee's crying out, it's screaming at it. So it's that time now where, haven't we had enough of the screaming, the pain, and the suffering without causing more on each other? It's like, dude, I'm not going to back down. It's time to grow up. It's time you say you don't mind, but my body tells me otherwise because you can't even look at me or look me in the eye. So that tells me that you're hiding things. And if I'm supposed to be your friend, I guess you don't know what a fucking friend is. And you say, you had a friend if they haven't screwed you over. Well, you screwed me over many. You have hurt me many a times, and you say because I cheat on you, what have you. That's not because I would never try to hold you back. I would support you on every decision, on decisions you made. I would encourage you, but you don't encourage me. You say you do, and that you want to see me go forward, but I know when the tug is there. I know when you keep trying to pull me back because I feel it. And when I feel that, what I actually feel like I want to do is just turn around and just cold block you. But I'm not violent. I may feel that way, and I may get parts of spirit that just want to pulverize you for treating me like a piece of shit. And people say, "Well, you're allowing it." Am I allowing it? If I'm standing up to him, am I allowing it? If you stand up to someone, you're not allowing them to treat you like a piece of shit. People say, "Well, walk away." Well, how about you give me a place? And I'm not talking about staying in somebody's bedroom, staying in someone's room. I went and I stayed as a roommate with someone. I was renting from a man, and he said that other women would be coming in. There wasn't no other women. It was me and 3 other men. And 2 of them I didn't really trust very much because they were not good. Like, they had a hate on for women. I ended up having to call the police to help me find somewhere where I could go stay and get my stuff out of there because I was told the door was like it was a glass door. And I was told I couldn't have a blanket up at it. And I laid traps a number of times to see if anybody was going in my room. And every time I come home, somebody had been in my room. And I was telling him that shit was going on. Oh, well, just stay there. You went up there to get mail. You're not wasting the money. Stay there. Fuck you, asshole. That's what I said. So do I have pain from that? You know, is it pain or is it just, listen here, butthole. And, I'm going to share something that I never shared with anyone. When I was up there, I went out to karaoke with some. I only remember having one drink. And the next morning, I woke up all groggy. My pantyhose were torn. I couldn't find my panties. And I was hurting down there. That was my fault because I allowed myself to be put into a position in a strange place. It was my fault for putting myself in that position. But whatever they did to me, that was theirs. And I couldn't share anything with anyone because, when I did share about what happened to somebody who's brain, it was really weird. So, didn't have to tell him. I wouldn't have even had to tell him that because it would have been because I wasn't in a relationship. Well, I was giving you money. Well, yeah, you were giving me some, but it wasn't kindly either. So if anyone should have a real hate on from that, it should be me. But I don't. That time I hurt for days. I couldn't close my legs, nothing. And we were in a garage, and there was a pool table there. So and I did go back. I didn't know. I didn't know what happened. But I walked in where I was living. I walked in pain and shame and just went to my room. When I was up there, I was not in a safe place. And it wasn't anyone in the house that did. But my God, the men that have a hate on for women. It's like, man, you wonder why things change. It makes me look back and wonder what was Mary Magdalene going through. You'll tell people because you want to keep peace. But sometimes not keeping the peace is the best thing for you. When it's in a relationship where you're not able to express your feelings or tell your feelings because you fear being called names. But hey, it's the first time I've said this. I don't know what happened when I went for medical treatment. I kept saying I want to come home. And people say forgiveness. These are the words that I haven't forgiven. I was very lonely. And at that time, I didn't even feel like I wanted anywhere, and I probably wasn't. I would have been feeling like that, not blaming other people for my actions or situations that I put myself in. But I am saying that I was crying for help, and I got ignored. So just sometimes I feel like I have a hard heart. It's open, but there's still parts of it that's angry. So okay, I'm going to leave it there. That being said, I'm sending you all much love, light, many blessings. Most importantly, very good health to anyone and everyone who wants you willing to receive and accept. Which will be big and the brave will support you. Be yourself, be love with yourself. Be who you are, not for somebody else says you are. You have to be. Be true to yourself and others, and kind to yourself and others. And know that you have more strength than you can comprehend with thoughts. It's okay to have your feelings. It's okay to have your emotions. And it's okay to talk about it and let it out. And if those people don't want to hear it, just talk about it yourself. Because it's time for healing. And if those people want to be ignorant to your healing, you know, if they're still in, but it's that part of, until they grow up, because maybe they have a whole lot of healing themselves to do. And it takes the bigger person to admit that they're doing healing than it does the ones to continue to live in denial. Sending you all love. Que tu poder que tu santo